Miles, what size motor is in a 25 class sedan? Blue. It's blue.
Alright guys, Dan and I are going to be doing our show. The only Dan show. I mean, the Dan show.
I get a free show.
And we're going to mute the computer, but we will be practice on it.
That wasn't a good one. No, definitely. Kind of far off.
Alright. Look at that. Did you see that? That looks pretty sweet. Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the Dan and Dan Show. Can we talk about the other name? The other name of the show?
Oh, Only Dance.
The Only Dance Show?
Monthly $9.99.
Yeah. And then we can only have dance. Dan Nickel is here tonight. We could have.
Yeah,
I don't know if he'd want to be on
I could quit my job.
Yeah. Yeah, right. All right, welcome to the Dan and Dan Show. It's club race night here at Spransy Raceway, and we are trying to get fancy. We set up a lot of new stuff with overlays and all kinds of fancy stuff. So we're going to start getting into some F1 details tonight. I'm excited about. I want to thank our sponsors for the F1 RC FIA series. I don't have the list with me. Wait, hang on. I got it.
So, Tamiya, Accelerate, Everty, Hobbies.
Yep. Motive, One Up Racing, Exotech, Alpha Property Management, and F1 RC Labs. So thank you to our sponsors, and let's jump in. Oh, by the way, we've got our YouTube channel, so all you guys are on Facebook probably that are watching this right now, but we do have a YouTube channel. It's just under Spransy Raceway, so if you wanted to check that out, support that. That's pretty new, so.
Free giveaway at 5,000 subscribers.
Sure. Free giveaway. We won't say what it is. And we're nowhere near that, so we're pretty safe. And then, next race, just to get away some of the basics here, 2 weeks. Next club line.
next week we'll have practice night, track layout change. So $10 on practice, but if you arrive here at 5, help out with the layout. Practice is free.
Yeah. And we have also, if you're interested in the F1 Formula One series that we are hosting this fall, and you want more details and information, we have a separate Facebook group. And if you just go to Formula One RC, formula1rc.com, you can go right to the Facebook group, and you can get all the information and registration and everything like that. So, all right, Dan, you were recently in California.
Yep.
What was your mission? What was the one thing you were supposed to get out there?
On the safety car.
Safety car, that's right. So we all heard so much about. And did you come back with the safety car? No, you didn't come back.
I think my dad might have thrown it in the trash.
Is that right? Shoot. Well, that's all right. We're still working on it, right? Still trying to find like an Aston Martin or a Mercedes or something like that.
Yeah, get some light bars on it.
Yeah. So we're still working on that part. I'm working on a pit light thing. That's going to be cool. It's coming up. So we got a lot of fun stuff we're working still for that. We had, on Saturday, we had a race here, and a special guest stopped by.
Yeah.
That was pretty sweet.
See pictures of it. Scotty.
Yeah. Yep. And he did a promo video for the F1 series that we're going to, still editing it. It's been a busy week for me, but we'll be releasing that next week or so.
Yeah. Like Snowy said, we put him straight to work.
That's right.
As soon as he's here.
That's right. And, I've got some additional camera angles that we can check out. So, we got some merch.
Yeah.
Got some new stuff.
Yep.
The big new thing tonight, I still have a few of these left. Two left, I think, is the Team Associated TC8.
First thing I noticed when I picked up the box was how heavy it was.
It actually is pretty heavy compared to most other kits. So I know Preston grabbed one tonight.
It's got that steel chassis. I think someone said it was 145 grams.
Yeah, these are all the steel chassis on them. Yep.
Super low CG. It's going to look great out here.
And actually, Josh Holstein was here on Saturday. He had his setup for mod, and he really liked it. He was pretty impressed with it. And I got a lot of options for the setup. And he actually told me a lot of the parts to order to stock in the shop here, so those are coming as well. So a couple of these, let me know, are available still. Let me know if you're interested. And yeah, those are them. So, yes, another new exciting project. What are these, Dan?
So, kind of a worst kept secret around here, but we've been running prototype versions of these. These are what we call the +2 lower Prodigy arm. So it's 2 millimeters wider on each side. You guys know the stock arm's a little bit on the narrow side, and depending on the tire and wheel set that you run, it could be quite a bit under the 190. So this kind of stretches it out a little bit wider, a little more stable on carpet. Just a nice option to have.
I'm running one of those in mine. Do you have one on yours?
I've been running mine for a few months, and we finally got the first production batch in. So I think that's 18 days.
Yep, that sounds about right. And I'll have a link for those. I'm trying to decide yet if I'm going to set up like a Shopify store or what, but we'll get an option for people that want them mailed to them. Worst case, you really need one right now, send me a message, and we'll make it.
So I gotta have it.
I gotta have it. Must have it.
We have a couple guys here that are gonna buy some.
Yep.
I got some buddies on the West Coast over in California that are gonna buy a few of these. So going up pretty quick.
Yeah. Get them while they're hot. We'll make one. that cost you, man. Cool. We are pretty close to revealing the track layouts for this season. I would say give us 2 weeks. Maybe by the next show. Maybe the next show will be about the track layouts. And I have an illustrator actually making a really sweet rendition of all the track layouts, 4 different layouts. And then we're going to print those off. But probably I'll do some big banners with them, and then we'll hang them here at the track so you can see them throughout the year. I know we got Suzuka, Monaco,
Sao Paulo.
Yeah, Interlagos, Sao Paulo, and we're still working on the fourth.
Still working on the final one. So.
Yeah, but so that'll probably hopefully be by the next time we do this show. So like, share, and subscribe.
Kudos to John Higgins. He did some
Yes.
of the layouts. He's kind of our Herman Teal of the F1 world. He's a famous German track designer for F1. So.
Yeah. That's our version. So yeah, John did a great job there, and we'll have him on maybe in 2 weeks. We'll see. All right, Dan, we wanted to go tonight over F1 like common issues. Yeah. And you've been running F1 for how long?
13 years.
So I've been running it for about half that, maybe. Probably 5 years, I'm guessing. Between 5 and 6. And most of what I learned was actually from you and Boo. Probably mostly you. So I typically tend to pretty much agree with everything Dan says, and Dan came up with a really nice list of common issues that came up that we wanted to go over tonight. So lead the way.
If you're gonna listen to me, I could use $500.
Checks in the mail, man. Checks in the mail.
Yeah, I kind of put together a list. Just things I've seen over the years. I am definitely no expert in F1, and I made a lot of these mistakes myself early on when I was starting out. So, kind of start with
Yeah.
So the first one is what I see a lot of is people with binding pivots. So this one has an aftermarket one, but for some of you guys running the older pivot setup, there's usually like 2 screws that kind of clamp on the pivot ball. Sometimes they're a bit too tight and you get some binding, or they may be too loose and you have a lot of play. So you want to get it kind of clamped down as close as you can without any friction.
No slop, but nice and smooth.
Yeah, nice and smooth. Yep. Another thing I see is links. So sometimes people will crank down on these screws, and it really binds it up. So I always like to kind of get it tight and then just back it off. You can kind of try to wiggle the links just to make sure they're nice and free. And then when you got the pivot and the links together, you just kind of move it around. Obviously without the side dampers and shocks, just to make sure everything moves as smoothly as possible. Let's see what else I got here. Oh, yeah. So even now I'm seeing a lot of wiring issues. So sometimes people will use maybe the stock 12 gauge wire, just going from ESC to the motor. This can have a lot of issues by introducing hot tweak. Kind of what I like to do is I like to run these 16 gauge. So
Daryl sneaking in.
Say hi to the camera, Daryl.
You're live.
These are really thin. They're really flexible shielding. So I know Dan's got the TQ wire here. Got the Accelerate ones. mean, go figure, you gotta be really careful with how you route the wires. You don't want it like all kind of bunched up, hitting against the body, because again, you want that pod to move as freely as possible. If you guys are wondering if 16 gauge is too thin, I've raced F1 on 21.5, and this is more than capable of 25.5. So these are actually my favorite ones. I actually ordered like a 25-foot spool piece, so almost a lifetime supply.
They sell it in 25 foot. I should get one of those here.
Yeah.
I didn't know they had them.
Yep, sensor cable. So that's the other thing besides the motor wires going to the motor. These are what I kind of got Dan to carry, is these much more sensor cables. They are super flexible, super light. They don't really have any shielding on them, so they move very freely. I've seen guys with those, sometimes those super stiff and rigid sensor cables, and they're super thick, and they just bind up the pod. Another thing you don't want to do is have like a bunch of thick wires on the cable. You don't want to zip tie it all really tight. See, that's pretty common. Yeah. And lastly, when you're mounting the body, you want to make sure there's no interference with the cable in the body. It could cause some really weird things on the track. So you could have your pod go under movement, and then it'll bind up against the body. If anyone has seen my icon, I pretty much have almost the whole rear end kind of hacked off. Not only for the motor fan, but also just to make sure the wires have free movement as much as possible.
Speaking of like the rear end still, we've always talked about having a really lightweight link, both on the rear and the front, right? Yeah. Yeah. And then for the rear, so you want really, really light. And the Accelerate ones are just about the lightest ones that we found. There's one other brand that I can never remember, and you can never get them.
TRG. Yeah, TRG.
You don't want to talk about it?
Actually, I think Exotech, it's not under the Exotech name right now. The TR. Oh, you're talking about the rear name.
The rear one. Yeah.
I think that may be hard to find.
Yeah, I have one more unopened one, but they're almost impossible to get. But the Accelerate ones were like within like, I think they're actually more durable, so they're going to last longer too. The rear wings, and the front wings are just about the lightest ones you can find in the market as well.
Really durable too.
Yep. Yeah, very durable, and we've got all that in stock here, or you can order off of their website. And then, do you go high or low, and when do you go high or low on the rear wing?
For me, it's just my opinion. I feel like when you mount the wing lower and closer to the pod, the car's going to be a little more quicker to react, especially through chicanes and tight corners. I find that if you got a kind of like big heavy wing like this Spontec, you mount it really high, you mount it really far back, you kind of gain more mechanical traction with the roll, but it seems like there's too much more movement, kind of like a pendulum effect, if you think of it that way. I don't think aero plays much of a role in 10 scale. I think the weight of the wing and how high and how low you mount it makes a bigger difference.
Dang it. From our producer, we just found out that the audio is in the right spot. I think these mics are hopefully now working. Are they now working? Hey, Bucky. Is it working now? Now we're working? So we're not getting the input of the mic? Can you guys hear us? Anybody who's watching? Is anybody watching?
I don't think we're going to hit that 5,000 subscribers.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Literally just like mid-engine rear-wheel drive.
What am I doing here? Oh,
The races against the NASCARs, they're all four-wheel drive. They're ready to come. Got it.
can't figure this out.
Yeah, you got to believe the side.
You can hear everything.
But through there. Not through. What do you? Those are transmitting.
Mugen.
And it's coming through on the transmitter, but it's not coming into the That's cool. Yeah. That's 115.
Yeah, right. We'll keep talking. We'll talk a little louder. Apparently it's still picking everything up, but these are just for looks. That's a great now. Yeah.
I race off-road.
So let's talk about the front suspension. Sorry for the interruption, folks. Still working out some technical details. I thought I had everything working right. Let's talk about the front suspension and binding in the front suspension.
Feel like it's too fast for you, like
So, various different front suspension. This is probably like a common kingpin through a pivot ball setup.
Yeah, VTA is a little bit slower.
I've seen on some cars, sometimes it could be a little windy. You want to make sure that everything is seated properly with the clutch and the pivot ball. Maybe you might have to polish the kingpin shaft, and also kind of like the older X-rays and maybe the Roche too. If people crank down on these, it could actually bind up the arm. So I've seen that happen, and I've done it myself personally too.
Yeah. Okay. Just gotta watch that. Make sure everything's moving freely. How about the wheels?
Yep. So it's kind of same like if you think about when we were talking about the pivot earlier. The front wheels are just riding on bearings. You want to make sure that you're not tightening the lock nut too much. That is binding. So kind of as tight as it can be, but not that it's binding and not too loose that you have a lot of left and right play on the axle. If you do have a lot of play and you're pretty much cranked down all the way on the axle, then that means you need to add a spacer to take up that slack.
Cool. So yeah, that's always something I'm playing with constantly. It feels like with the wheels, it's like you want to get it just right. So I have all these like really thin little shims, 0.1 shims or whatever, and making sure we get that just spacing just right in there. So it makes a big difference. Yeah, the pod height is next. Talk about that. What does that mean?
So this is kind of like how flat the pod is against the chassis. I've seen a lot of cases where either it's really bowed or the pivot point is much lower than the rest of it. So you kind of want to aim for, as you're setting it on the table, you want to have the chassis kind of be as flat as it can be, and then you do that by adjusting the collar on the center shock. So you back off on it if it's a little more bowed, and then if you need to get it more flat, like this part's too low, then you add more preload on the center shock. So you kind of want to aim for a flat seamless bottom between the pod and chassis, just as a starting point.
And the shock's also how you adjust the droop as well, right?
Yeah. So on this car, that will be by the shock length. So if you screw out this, you could essentially extend the shock, which will add more droop. It's going to let that pod hang down a little more. Whereas if you want to take away droop, you're going to tighten this. That's going to shorten the shock. And also, it's going to take away droop. So I generally aim between 1 and 1.5 rear pod droop.
For carpet.
Yep, for carpet.
Outdoor, lower grip.
A little more. Yeah. Lastly, anytime you're doing that, you want to recheck your load on the center shock to make sure you have that even starting point.
Sure. Yeah, that's good stuff. How about width?
Yeah, width.
And are you talking rear or front or both?
Yeah, both, yeah. So we have a rule where we have 190 millimeter maximum width. What I've seen is sometimes you have to look at the manual. Sometimes they'll have a certain number of shims on the left and the right side. I've seen people kind of mix that up, or they're using an aftermarket diff or an aftermarket hub. So some people are having either the left side is too far out or too far short, and the other side's not even. So you kind of have it like an offset on where it should be.
And normally, pretty much almost every F1 chassis usually has a hole, like if you flip that over. There's usually a hole right in the center of the chassis, and so you know what to measure off of and put your calipers in.
Against the end of the hub.
Yeah, you can either look at the hub, or you can, if the tires are mounted, you can look at either the inside or the outside of where the tires line up to make sure you're exactly at the middle. But there's that one. So, and for the rear width, do you pretty much always run 190, or do you ever change that, or the front? Like, do you always run one? Like, what do you
try to run close to 190, both the front and rear?
Yeah.
With the front, some cars they're a little more. They have more options to go narrow or wide, just like the X-Ray and the Icon, for example. It kind of depends on what kind of wheel and tire package you're running. Exotechs, they run on the wider side. If you're running like a CRC tire or the new Accelerate tire, they're running on the more narrow offset.
I know Vu likes to always, I think he goes 190 in the front, and he'll go a little thinner, like 188 or 189 in the back.
Yep.
And I know when you go thinner in the rear, that can increase grip on the
more traction.
Generate more in the rear.
Yeah.
And Vu says it's easier to drive too, which I have found to be the case when you go a little thinner in the rear and a little wider in the front.
Yep. And kind of widening the front, it takes away from the front traction, but at the same time makes it more stable, more predictable.
Yeah. Good stuff. We already went over front wing choice.
Actually, I want to mention one other thing about front wings. I still see this a lot, is front wings that are dragging on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
So this is a protoform wing. It does, I ran this wing before. Over time, it could bend down, and then you're rubbing on the sides of this wing. There's certain wings like the Montec, I think the 2017, the 2022, and the Prodigy, which I like because they don't really bend down as severely. That could really kind of mess up the handling for the car during the turns.
Absolutely. That's something easy to watch if you can tell if it's rubbing.
Yep.
If your wings rubbing. But we haven't really seen that with the Accelerate wing.
Yep, it's pretty good. We've also done some aerodynamic tweaks with the heat gun. It's a little
Adrian Newey action.
We've heated wings before, bend them up, let it cool down in that position, and they generally kind of stay that way. Just want to point out one last thing on the wings. Sometimes if you're buying a new wing and you're running like a thin aluminum chassis, it could protrude past the chassis. So people are measuring their ride height on the chassis, but then you're bottoming out on the wings. So what you think may be 4 millimeters of ride height could actually be like 2 or 3 millimeter.
Yeah.
So you want to shave it down and to get it very
Get it flush.
Yeah. Yep. That way you'll get full range of motion on the front suspension, and also that you're not decreasing intentionally your ride height.
Sweet. Tire sauce, what do you use? Well, I mean, here our standard tire sauce is SXT.
Yep.
But are you using white, black, red, combination of both?
It kind of depends on traction level. At the start of the day, when traction is lower, I'll usually go for the red sauce. The medium works pretty good too.
Well, what tires are you running?
Accelerate.
Accelerate tires?
Yep.
And so what? I'm stocking right now. I'm stocking the Accelerate tires. I've also got Exotech tires and I've also got, now I just started stocking CRC tires, although I just sold the last set. I'll get more of them. And I've found all three to be pretty quick.
You kind of got to tune it for the tire. If you're using like a gravity tire, which is really pushy, you might, for example, go straight for the red sauce right away and do full sauce, whereas the Accelerate is very grippy on the front. You could go with half sauce typically, or even the lighter medium. So yeah.
Depends how traction goes. Sweet. Cool. Well, we got about...
one more thing on sauce. I always sauce the full rears. The fronts are very sensitive. I generally go a window of 5 to 10 minutes. And it can influence a lot on an F1. F1's a lot about tire prep, so you want to get it right at that tippy point, and then you're golden during those warm-up laps when it's just right there.
So you clean your tires, I know too, right?
Yep.
You use the Worth brake cleaner?
I've used that, and I just used the SQ brake cleaner too.
So clean it with non-chlorinated brake cleaner, and then you sauce your tires, let them soak for 5 minutes.
Yep, at least.
And then do you wipe them off before you go on?
Sometimes I'll run it wet, but if I wipe it off, I'll just do a quick dab with the cloth. But generally, kind of depends on how much you want to leave on the tire.
And I've been experimenting with, like John Barron taught me, like, don't clean your tires. I've been experimenting with that. Clean them once at the beginning of the night, and then just keep adding. But I'll wipe them off before I put them on, so it's kind of like cleaning with tire sauce in a way too. So it still gets some cleans, keeps the gunk off. Maybe it's probably mostly up here, but and then
tires behave a little differently too.
Yeah.
Depending on your prep method.
Yeah. So you got to do a lot of experimenting with it. But let's go over gear diff options real quick. Diff options. Yep. Gear diff, spool, and ball diff, and what works best here for this track. And you got some examples. This is pretty cool.
Yeah. So first, ball diff. It's also wait now.
Yeah. That one's bent. That one's bent anyway.
Ball diff, there are ways to get it to work good on carpet. I just think gear diffs or spool is a better option, just because you have a lot of grip on black carpet. For races like Tamiya TCS, where you have to use the Tamiya ball diff, we found some tricks to get it to kind of lock up a little bit better. I think Vu has used the red Tamiya VG grease. It's a very tacky, very thick grease. Almost makes it behave like a gear diff. Of course, you have to repack it every time. Another thing I did, for example, in 2019 when I won the TCS Nationals, I actually used, I have to dig up the part number, but it's a Tamiya like friction pegs. So it's like these plastic or nylon things that you stick in where the balls normally go. You tighten up the diff and it acts almost like a spool. So those are just kind of various methods if you're truly stuck with just a ball diff.
The TRF 104 that just came out, I think also comes with a ball diff, if I remember right.
And
so
it's a metric axle. So
yeah, we have a couple guys who want to race them here with gear diffs, and they have to get an adapter for that. So it works. If you want that, reach out to us, post a comment, and we'll figure out that part number for you. But yeah.
All right. Gear diffs. So technically there's three options. You have the X-Ray, and then you have the Schumacher. And then one thing I've built is the Osmatics A12 gear diff using an Icon hub adapter. That's in another box right now, so I left it at home. Anyways, X-Ray diff, $140 almost. Schumacher is about $50 or $60, and honestly, the Schumacher is a more superior diff as far as design. Kind of with the X-Ray gear diff, it's not supported top and bottom like the Schumacher. So you see the spur gear sticks out a little bit further. That's because you got a bearing down here. bearing down here, and you have a much better sealing O-ring versus the gasket on here. So I find the Schumacher gear diff to be smoother, better performing. Downside is you're limited to a maximum 88 tooth spur. With the X-Ray, you could get RW racing spurs all the way up to 100, and that's actually what I got on my X-Ray gear diff right now.
I think I have the same.
Yep. And the reason I'm using the X-Ray is because I'm using it on my Prodigy. The spur mounts very close to where the bearing would be, so it kind of gives adequate clearance. Downside of the Schumacher is it's got a bearing right there. It's going to push out your spur gear and also your pinion gear when you mount it on your car.
Makes your track width a little wider than, like I can't get the Schumacher gear diff as thin on my Prodigy as I can the X-Ray. It's by about 2 to 4 mil if I remember right. So, so if you're running a Prodigy, trying to run a gear diff, you've had better luck getting the X-Ray thinner.
Yep. So they're all about, I think both of these are about 40 millimeters from one end of the hub to the other end. If you can, depending on your car, try to go for the Schumacher one. It's cheaper and just performs better.
Cool. When would you use a spool, Daniel?
When traction is very high. So you see some of the Prodigy guys who are running the spool right now. They kind of push a little bit early in the first qual or two. But once traction comes up, man, those things rocket out of the corner.
Yeah.
Just instant power. Because you have no diff action, you don't have that rotation that a gear diff allows you to, especially for the tight infield. So yeah, when traction's high, you get that steering back and you get that launch.
Awesome. Well, hey, thanks, man. I appreciate you always sharing your knowledge and your experience, and hopefully this gives some good tips for those guys for the F1 series. We got a lot of guys jumping into F1, which is pretty exciting with this series, and the more fun we can make it for everybody, I think the better of an experience everybody will have, especially if their cars are running well. So appreciate all your help and your input in all this, Daniel.
Yeah, anytime.
So, you have a big signing coming up tonight, don't you?
Oh yeah, we'll get some pictures later.
Yeah, we got some pictures. We got some news about the Aston Martin team that will be coming up. Keep watching the group for that. So. Cool. Well, thanks again, man. We're signing off, but we're continuing the live stream because in a few minutes we are rolling right into club racing tonight. So, again, at Formula1RC.com if you want to check out and get more information and register. So, thanks again, guys. We're out.
It's a pretty long show.
That was.
Yeah.
Check 1, 2. All right, we're going to have about 5 minutes of practice here to let Dan get his stuff ready to go before we race. It is 7:08. We're going to shoot for 7:15. 7:15. $7:15. 7:15. In case you didn't hear me, the last couple of times I said it, 7:15 is when we're going to start. 7:15. All right, first race up is going to be NASCAR. Thomas, Mike, Austin, Miles, Chris, and Tom. I'm going to need a couple of volunteer marshals to get out there for this one because a lot of these guys are also running VTA. The race order has changed a little bit just to kind of spread things out and give us some guys that aren't back-to-back. So.
I'm Thomas. I'm not going to run the first.
Okay.
So,
Do you want William Marshall?
I'm putting shocks together right now.
Okay. Can I? No. Because then everybody's back to back.
No. Sure, there's only 3 USGT. USGT's before VTA.
Why do you want it? He's on his way. Make everybody wait. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Andy's going to take a lap. Usually, if you're last on the podium, you don't get a lap. We're starting off with Mike. Then Austin, Miles, Chris, Tom, and John. He said he's not running the first round. Yes, I do need marshals. Thanks, Eric. I need a couple more, 2 more volunteers. Tom's rebuilding shocks, so he can't marshal. Thank you, Vu. You want to do a heads-up start? We can do a heads-up start. All right. We can get by with 3. Careful on the sweeper. Mike on the tone. Everybody else on your name. Mike. Austin. Miles. Chris. Tom. And John. Couple of 10s right away. Miles Bible on top. 28,507. It's got the right weight. It's just the wrong motor. 28,503 now. Chris Conrad in the 2 spot. 28,508. Austin King in the 3, 27.503. John on a 27.505. Mike, 25.506. Tom on a 24.504. 330 down. I'm sorry, 130 down, 330 to go. Watch the sweeper, watch the sweeper. Go high in the sweeper, high in the sweeper, high in the sweeper. That wasn't very high, Chris. $230 down, $230 to go. Miles on top, 29.510 now. Chipping away at it. Miles is the yellow car, in case you're wondering which one to hit. Austin is in the 2 spot, 27.502. Chris, 27.504. John, 25.5 flat. Mike's on the 25.501. Tom's on the 24.501. 2:15 to go. Austin and Chris in a battle for that 2 spot. 1/10 is the split right now. Chris advantage. Chris is that all blue with the number 9 coming down the straightaway right now. There's 3 Napa cars out there right now. $140 on the clock. Miles 29.510. Chris 28.510. Now a 2.9 second split between him and Austin. Austin in the 3 spot, 27.504. John is on a 26.503, 26.509 for Mike. Just under a minute to go. 29.510 TQ pace from Miles Bible right now. He's got that Pennzoil working. Must be lubing up all the gears with that Pennzoil. Chris is on a 28.509, 27.506 for Austin. John's on a 26.501. Mike, 26.509. Tom is on a 25.511. Closest race on the track right now, Austin and John for 3 and 4. 4 seconds is the split right now. 15 seconds on the clock. Keep going till the computer calls you done, drivers. 10 seconds. Two more to finish. 2 more to finish.
Looks like we got 7 in this race. Just a reminder, VTA is running last tonight. So next up is USGT, 21.5, then VTA. At least for the first round anyways. So I got all of our drivers checked in. Got marshals. The order is going to be Aaron, Dave, John, Dan, Daryl, Preston, and Bucky. Okay, we're looking good. Okay, marshals ready. Aaron. Here you go, Aaron. You're going to be on the tone. Dave, John, Dan, Daryl, Preston, and Bucky. Fastest lap so far, Preston with an 8.5. Preston is on fire. Dan with an 8.8. Daryl with a 9.0. John with a 9.4. Bucky with a 9.5. Dave with a 9.5. Heads up, and the straightaway, heads up. All clear. Preston with another fastest lap, that time the 8.7, followed up with a 9.1. Daryl's jumped up to second with an 8.8. Dan's in 9.8 in third. Something must have happened to Dan. It is, yeah. Jump Daryl is second now, John in third. So it's Preston, Daryl, John, Dave, Bucky, Aaron. Daryl with the fastest lap of the 8.8. Never mind, Preston follows it up with an 8.7. Willoughby with a 9.1. Dave with a 9.7. Bucky with a 9.2. Bucky's up to fifth now. Aaron with a 10.2. Preston and Daryl are the only ones on a third. Has on and a straightaway, and a straightaway, and a straightaway, and a straightaway. And we got 2 out in this race. It's going to be Preston now. Never mind, Preston must have had an accident. Got caught in that carnage. John and Preston are dead even right now. Followed by Bucky in third, David in fourth, Aaron in fifth. Preston and John on a 33-lap pace. Bucky on a 32. Dave on a 30, Aaron on a 29. Coming up on the halfway point. There it is, 2:30 to go. Preston at 33.501. John with a 33.505. Bucky with a 32.502. David 31, Aaron 29. Two minutes to go, drivers, as she said. Preston with a 10.1 that time. John with a 9.4. John, you're 1.1 behind. Bucky with a 9.8. You're 7.2 behind. David, 8.2 behind third place Bucky. Aaron, you're 4.6 behind fourth place. And then Preston, David, Bucky, Dave, and Aaron. Minute 30 to go, drivers. Preston's getting a little bit of cushion there. He got an 8.9 that time. $8.9 for Willoughby. Trying to hang with him. Closest race right now is the top two, Preston and John. Both of them are still in a 33-lap pace. 3 seconds from each other. John is now 4.6 seconds. Something must have happened to him. Preston got a nice lead now. Still says they're both on a 33-lap pace with 40 seconds to go. Bucky, you're 8.8 behind second place. Dave, you're about 8 seconds behind. Daryl, Aaron, you're about 6 seconds behind. With 30 seconds to go. Preston with 8.9. 8.8 for Preston, 9.0 for John. Bucky at 9.4, Dave at 10.0, Aaron with a 9.5. Five seconds. Here comes the tone, guys. Keep going until you hear your name. Winning that is Preston with 33.500, almost a 34. John Willoughby with a 33.508. Bucky with a 32.509. Dave with a 31. Aaron with a 29. Next up is going to be USGT. Bucky, I can do this when you want to work in your car. I'm gonna skip the first round anyways.
There's 7 of us, so there's plenty out there. All right, USGT race number 3. Mike, Miles, Dan, and Daniel. A yay or nay, Miles? Oh, Dan's skipping this round too? Okay. Okay.
I know.
Hmm.
Right.
Yeah, it's a contract between the two of them saying they won't take each other out. All right. Miles, do you want to check? You're good? Are you sure? I'm not sure. What do you mean you can't see? You're the second one on the list. You can't see because it's red? Oh, are you colorblind? Oh. Okay. Mike, Miles, and Dan is going to be the order. Mike on the tone. Miles. Dan, when you want. So I was told before this round that you guys don't care about traction. USGTs don't care about traction. They can race anywhere, anytime, anyhow. Any boo. As far as I understand, all cars care about traction, even the NASCAR cars. Uh-oh. Does it get too warm for you, Miles? Oh, you got no traction. Oh. Weird. $3:50 to go. Mike is on a 33:04 pace. Dan is on a 30:01. Two 2:45 to go. Mike and Dan are both still up there. $2:15 to go. Mike on a 34.508 now. 32 for Dan. Shouldn't be teaching in those kinds of things. 1:30 on the clock. 34.508 for Mike. Dan is on the 32.507. Dan's trying to fix his car. I understand it makes a difference, but I had my race program all set up before you came over and started talking to me. If you would have come over to me 15 minutes earlier, I would have said, sure, no problem. 30 seconds to go. 34.508 for Mike. Dan on a 32.507. Probably going to need a couple of marshals for this one. I am going to split up the 21.5 guys. So the rest of you will all be, if you don't already know about it, you're in the same heat as you were. Dan, Vu, and Daniel will be in their own separate all-traction heat. Yes, you are up next. Mike's going to take it, 34.508, the TQ to beat. Ooh. Is that your fan? Whose fan is that? All right. Race number 4, 21.5 touring car on the track. Everybody's checked. Can I get one more marshal, please? One more marshal. Thomas? Thomas, are your shocks built? Thank you. This way you don't have to move so fast. I'm just trying to help you out, Miles. Not down, forward, Miles, forward. You got to move fast forward. All right. Does anybody else hear that buzzing? Where's that coming from? Okay. Just making sure. I don't know if that's coming out of my audio system or your fan or what. Oh, is that what that is? Okay. Is that the 30%? He's going to go first. The loud one's going to go first. Then Preston, Seth, and Jake. Daryl on the tone. Preston. Seth. Yake. Jake Ward going to come out with a fast lap on the first one. Going to start us off with an 8.7, follow it up with 8.7. Preston had a slow one and then drops 2 8.2s. Preston now to the top after 4 laps. On a 35.5 flat, 34.502 for Jake. Daryl's on a 32. Seth is on a 32. Daryl and Seth are separated by half second at the moment. Well, look out. Jake found the wall. Next time, just another inch. Just give her another inch. There you go. A little smoother that time. 3:40 to go. Preston and Jake are separated by 0.6 of a second. Ooh, Preston rolls it over here coming through the sweeper. That's going to slow him down just a tad. Might give Jake the advantage. We'll see here as Preston comes across the line. Long lap for Preston there. Puts Jake up on top. 3:20 to go. .21.5 touring car on the track. Heat 1 of 2 split now by VTA. Fastest lap of the race so far, Preston with an 8.2. Jake's fast lap, an 8.5. Seth's fast lap, an 8.9. And Daryl had an 8.8. I think that fan is blowing in the wrong direction, Daryl. It's got to go with the airflow of the car. Actually, if you point it down, it gives you a little air cushion underneath your car. It's like riding on air. 2:15 to go. Jake on top, 34.502. Preston, 34.506. Seth, 33.502. Now 33.501. Two to go. Preston on top, 34.504. Preston making his way through the center of the track right now. Ooh, rolls it over. That's probably going to give it right back to Jake. We'll see what happens here. Jake bouncing off the walls down the straightaway. That's going to slow him down a bit. Preston's going to hold on to it. 34.504 to Jake's 34.507. 1.3 the split right now. 1:20 to go. Just under a minute to go. Preston still holding that 34.502. Seth dropping an 8.8 here at the end of the race. That's his new fast lap. Just warming up. 20 seconds to go. Preston, Jake, Seth, and Daryl's the order. 34s for Preston and Jake. 33 and 32 for Seth and Daryl. Ooh, Daryl now up to a 33. Got to keep that pace. Keep it up. Yeah, one more lap to make it. Go, 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 go. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Oh. Preston Shear going to take it. 34.501. Jake and Seth were split by 4 seconds, and so was Daryl. I thought you guys wanted to go at the end. No, not we could. You said you wanted to, so that's where I put you. Okay. Maybe he's not used to people listening to what he's saying. Dan's still over here feverishly working, so I figured. They said when they walked away, we want to be at the end, so we get all the traction. That puts VTA up. VTA is up. VTA. Yeah, VTA. It's all right. We got a little bit of time. Vu threw a wrench in our program here. Can we? Did we? No, we did not. I will add you in. We need to go over how these spreadsheets work and how the check boxes work and all that stuff. They're tough. They're tough to get right. I put what was on the check boxes, and then I was told he only wanted to run mini. That actually does feel really good, Mike. All right, now he's there. I'm going to call you off pretty quick. We're going to start with Austin on the tone, then Thomas, Seth, Tom, Miles, Aaron, and John. All right, drivers, Austin on the tone. Thomas, Seth, Tom, Miles, Aaron. Watch him from the stand. Good job, John. .430 to go. First lap's coming in. Miles Bible out on top. Let's tech this one too. Is there a tech for VTA? No? Daryl's going to be collecting cars today. Boost? Yeah. All of it. Superchargers. .345, 33 laps for Miles Bible on a 5:07. Look out. Getting a little tight there. Heads up. Good looking out. Seth is on a 31.5 flat, is right on that 32 lap line. 2/10 off right now. Aaron's a 31.505. Tom is on a 29.28 for Tom. So Thomas is on a 29. Tom is on a 28. John is on a 29 now. And Austin's on a 27. 3 to go, drivers, 3 minutes. Believe that sound was Austin. .220 to go. Miles still on that 33. Seth on a 32. Aaron on a 31. 29s for Tom, Thomas, and John. And Austin on a 28. Watch the straightaway. Go low coming onto the straightaway. Clear now. .130 to go. Miles, Seth, Aaron, Tom, Thomas, John, and Austin. Miles still holding that 33, 5:06. Seth is a lap behind on a 32, 5:05. 6 seconds between him and Miles. Aaron is 7 seconds back from that. In that number 3 spot right now, Tom is holding on to the 4 spot. Thomas on the 5. John on the 6, and Austin on the 7. 55 seconds left to go. I think that's a blue and yellow flag. Is that the sound of the blue and yellow flag? Is that what that is? Yeah, okay. Yeah. 30 seconds to go. Miles, your leader. That all bright neon orange coming down the straightaway. Seth holding on to the 2 spot right now. Seth working his way out on the straightaway. Is the red Mustang making his way through the center. Aaron King in the 3 spot. That challenger making his way out onto the straightaway. Tom holding on to 4. He's got that white and blue, white and black. Can't tell what color those stripes are. Black, it looks like. Okay. Miles Bible going to take it, and it's very clear that I need to set the computer to only do 5 in a heat. I mean, that was pretty good, actually. That was a really good, VTA heat. Especially because we sprung it on them. Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the driving. He didn't hear me. He didn't hear me. Has he got the A and the C reversed? Did you just weigh the car? Yeah. Yeah. No, it doesn't. You got enough room, Dan? Yeah, I think we're good. Dan, you got enough room? Big Dan. Dan Spransy. You got enough room? You want Vu to move over an inch? Oh, okay. he could he pretty much stand in front of you. Nice. Nice. Somebody got here. Let me take a picture of this. Hold on. It does. It looks. You gotta race like that though. All right, Vu's gonna lead us off, and then Spransy and Ho. I did that on purpose. All right, Vu on the tone. Dan and Daniel. Everybody got fast laps on the first one. 8-1, 8-6, and 8-5. In case you're wondering what that sound is, that is all the traction from round number 1. Just, yeah. All of it. Fu on top right now, 8.1. Somebody can take a little traction out of his car. Dan's in the 2 spot right now. Vu's on a 38. Dan's on a 37. Daniel's on a 36. Vu has a fast lap of a 7.8. Dan has a 7.9. And Dan and Daniel are separated by 1.1 seconds at the moment. 2:50 to go. Vu still holding that 38 lap pace, 38 and a 5:04. Dan is on a 36.501. Daniel's on a 36.502. They're split by 0.3 last time. Dan had a little bit longer lap there. He's checking the roll bars in his car. Oh, you missed. You were supposed to aim for the yellow one, not the white thing. $150 on the clock. Vu Daniel now to the 2 spot, and Dan in the 3. 0.2 the split. 1:45 to go. The It's actually pulling it. When you turned it on, I felt it come through the window a little bit more. I'll just breathe my breath into it. Just over a minute to go. Dan and Daniel now swapped again. 0.6 the split. Dan in the 2 spot. Daniel in the 3. Dan working his way down the straightaway in that silver. I unfortunately don't know what these guys are driving. I think Dan's is an X-ray. I don't know. Yeah. Are they all X-rays? Okay. How quick he was to that. No, I am not. 20 seconds to go. Five on the clock. Everybody's done. Vu 38.506. Dan was 0.6 of a second from a 37. All right, give me a minute to get round number 2 set up. We're going to do a little bit differently for round number 2. Yeah, if you want, you can practice. 820. We're going to shoot for 820. Practice is not on. I can turn it on. It's an extra $5 to turn it on, Miles. So everybody's split up now. It'll be 3-4, 3-4, 3-4. So everybody needs to marshal. But there's only one guy back-to-back. Sorry, Seth. So 820. 820 is what we're shooting for. That is about 12 minutes from now. Gives me enough time to get my stuff ready. And then we're going to run right through them. We're going to... Round number 2 is going to take a little bit longer than round 1, but everybody get a little more space.
The last pizza's done.
All right, first up is going to be Mike, Tom, and Thomas in NASCAR. Yes. No, not you. Mike, Tom, and Thomas. All right, I need a check from Mike, Tom, and Thomas. Mike, Tom, and Thomas. Mike, Tom, and Thomas. It's either one way or the other. Can't make everybody happy, okay? Somebody find some duct tape for Vu, and we'll do better next time. Rope? I figure this way, more traction will get spread out. Yeah. For Vu, Dan, and Daniel. It did work out a little bit better because nobody's back-to-back except for Seth. So, I mean, I'm sure Seth doesn't agree, but everybody else does. Oh, you guys are in trouble. Mike can steer. Okay. Mike on the tone, followed by Tom, and then Thomas. Tom? Thomas. These guys are pretty close to each other, all spread out like this. 27,502, 27,506, 26,503. The separation is 2 seconds between first and third. Thomas holding that top spot right now. Mike in the 2 and Tom in the 3. 3.7 is the split between Mike and Tom. Between 1 and 3. No, I don't think so. You don't have any long laps. It's 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 10, 11, and 10. 11. 3 minutes to go. Mike on a 27,502. We are chasing Miles Bible on a 28,502. Yeah, well, he told me about his motor break-in process. Yeah. I was under the impression that the break-in process happened on the track, but I guess if you're a fast guy, you take it out of the car and you stick a wrench in it and you just wrench on that magnet as hard as you can. Try to get some timing out of it. Yeah. Twist the wires, the end bell. Yeah. Grab it with a. Yeah. Why does your motor have vice grip marks all over it, Miles? $1:35 to go. Mike on a 27.502. Good enough for third place on the grid right now, Mike. It's all this extra space you have. I mean, I did see you pull over a couple of times when Miles came up on you last time, so that probably didn't help. Miles is so fast, he gets his own heat. He's running by himself. We're going to do time trials after this. Make sure everybody gets most amount of traction. We should do that. Just a time trials day. F1 time trials. $35 seconds to go. Mike on a 27, Thomas on a 27, and Tom on a 25. Mike and Thomas looking to go 3 and 4 right now. Heat number 2 of NASCAR. Miles, Chris, Austin, and John should be ready to go. Keep going to the computer calls you done. One more to finish. And everybody's done. Mike's going to go 27.502, putting him number 3. No, he went 3. You're still a lap ahead. Are you running this one? Okay. What do I do now? There's 2 heats of every class. Because if we're going to do it for 21.5, we got to do it for everybody else. You guys aren't going to like it when I play fair. Oh, that was a quick one, huh? Where's the 4th person? Okay, just making sure. You're going to go on the tone? Heads up? Huh? I don't care. You better line them up side by side then. Thomas, grab a board and put it across the track so they're all lined up. Uh-oh. He made the A sort. You gonna line up with him? We'll do a heads up start. Just 1 second here. Heads up. All right. Is that where you're gonna start, John? Okay. Everybody's going on the tone. Everybody. Everything was fine. We were ready to go, and then John. I'm not sure what you guys are doing here. Nobody said anything. John, what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I didn't say but I didn't say anything. It's like herding a bunch of cats in here. Are you ready now? Everybody's white. Oh, watch this, John. Watch this. You're going to love this. I'm going to turn everybody red. All right, drivers. On the tone. Oh. Nope, that was not a tone. That was just me. Careful what you wish for. That worked out in your favor, Chris. It jumped up to number 2 right away. All right, we are a minute in. Uh-oh. Chris Conrad, your number 2 driver, rolls it over coming through the sweeper. He's got John on his tail, on the track and on the time. Those two separated right now by 0.8. Chris working his way through that center of the track. That blue 9 Napa car speeding down the straightaway now. 3 minutes, 25 seconds left to go. Miles Bible checked out of this one 6 seconds ahead of everybody else. Get wide, Austin. Get wide. There you go. Miles with a long one there. Don't know what happened. Still on a 29-lap pace. Bettering his TQ by about 2 seconds at the moment. Oh, no. I saw him do absolutely no work to that car between heats. It probably is just because of the amount of traction that we have out there now. There's so much more between round 1 and round 2. .210 to go. Miles now on a 29.509. Let's see here. TQ making his way down the straightaway now. In that 22 Pennzoil car. Nice and tight to the cones here going through the center. Just a minute to go, 29.508. Getting faster and faster. His fast lap, a 10.2. Fifteen seconds on the clock. Miles' personal best so far, a 28.501, and he is on a 29.508. Just got to finish this one up. And he does. Sets a new TQ and new personal best. All that space gave us 29 and a 508. Chris Conrad goes 2. Mike holds on to the 3 spot. John's going to secure 4. Thomas goes 5. 7 is Tom. 6 is Austin. Up next would be the first heat of F1. Aaron, Daryl, and Dan. The broke people? These are the people that have knee problems, hip problems, shoulder problems. What's your problem, Aaron? So I was going to say all of it. Dan's over here frantically working again, so. All right. Couple of previous winners in the B heat right now. Actually, Aaron, did you win once as well? Oh. All right. Everybody's checked. We're starting with Aaron, then Daryl and Dan. Chris, are you marshalling right there? Okay. Aaron on the tone. Daryl. And Dan. We are a minute and 30 in and 3:30 to go. Dan is on top right now. That all red making his way out onto the straightaway. On a 34.5 flat new TQ pace. Must be those brand new Pro Kingpins he's got on there. Although I don't think the car qualifies because it has X-ray parts in it. Or is it Schumacher? We should actually, I mean, that's a thing in F1. You can't run McLaren parts on a different car. So I think we need to crack down on that. No. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Dan still holding that 34 lap pace. He's right on a 35 lap line. He's just 0.4 of a second off 35 laps. Ooh, slowed down a little bit on that one. 8.6 is his fast lap. 8.8 was the last one. See what this comes on. Got nothing but fresh air ahead of him. 8.8 on that one. We're up to a 34.501 with 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. He's chipping it away at it. 8.7 that time. 8.60 fast lap of the race. Down to a 34.501.2. 8.8. 8.9 for Daryl. 9.1 for Aaron. Daryl's on a 34.506, which is also a new TQ pace. Should something happen to Dan, Aaron. Eight 8.9 that last time by. Dan's fast lap at 8.5. Which wasn't too long ago. Daryl's fast lap in 8.7. Aaron's an 8.9. I don't think I've even cracked the 9 second today. I'm going to need one of those Schmucker diffs. 30 seconds to go. Ooh. It seems like it's getting worse, Aaron. 15 seconds to go. 34.501.1 with just 10 seconds left on the clock. 8.8 last time for Daryl. 9.1. I'm sorry, 8.8 for Dan. 9.1 for Daryl. 9.2 for Aaron. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Everybody's done in that one. Dan's going to take a new TQ, 34.501. His personal best is a 35.505, though.
All right, everybody's good. Line them up. Order's going to be Preston, John, Bucky, Dave. Marshal's ready. Driver's ready. Preston on the tone. The rest I'll call. John. Bucky. Dave. TQ set by Dan. 34,501. Ooh. Preston comes out swinging with the 8-7. All right, we got 2 laps in. Preston is on top, 35,503. He's going faster than TQ. Followed by Bucky, John, Dave. That is your order. Preston. White car, black wing. Prodigy F1 through this chicane down the straight. That is your leader. 8-5 for Preston. Followed by 8-6. Bucky in second. Bucky running another Prodigy down the sweeper. Red, blue, and white. You got an 8-9. 8-9 again for Bucky. John in third. White Haas. And then Dave, another white F1. A lot of white F1 in this heat. All right, Bucky's on 34,506, John on 33,505, Dave on 31,503. F1s are bunching up. Give each other room. Eight 7 for Preston, 8-9 for Bucky, 8-7 for John, 10-5 for Dave. 8-8 for Preston, 8-8 for Bucky, 8-9 for John, 10-9 for Dave. Leader still running TQ pace, 35,505. All right, 230 down, 230 to go with a halfway mark. Preston's got clear track. Up next is USGT. Looking for Mike, Dan, Miles, and Daniel for USGT after this one. 9-7 for Preston, 9-4 for Bucky, 9-3 for John, 10-3 for Dave. Order's still the same. All right, Preston can hang on. He's going to have TQ. 35,508. 8-7 for Preston. 8-9, that last one. 8-9 for Bucky. 8-7 for John. 9-5 for Dave. Bucky and John are still running together. Oh, John got a little loose coming onto the sweeper. Second. Yes. 8-8 for Preston. 10-0 for Bucky. 8-9 for John. That moving John to second place. 33,504. Oh. F1 car going off-road. Looks like Bucky got his spur gear issue figured out. It was a loose screw. Six-second. That's the tone. Preston's done. John's done. Dave's done. And everybody's done. Taking that, resetting TQ. Preston, 34.5 flat. Woo. USGT, you guys are up. Mike, Dan, Miles, Daniel. Miles, did you race the last Saturday? Where's Ted? Haven't seen Ted forever. See, that's what I was thinking. As busy as I am, I'm still here. You know, Ted's not here, so can't be as bad, right? Yeah, it can't be that bad. I'm still here Thursday. Man, I wash the floor so good, Miles, ton of detergent to get that grease. Because the little deli in there, man, they get grease everywhere. That's what the floor, everything turned black from that grease. Yes. Yeah. This is crazy amount of grease. I could tell when I push the broom. When it gets to their spot, it's like, Yeah. All right, got to check for everybody. Miles is on his way. You got it? You guys want to work on your car?
No, it was just a damper tube that popped out.
Okay.
No big deal. Miles, your name is red. That's the one that you can't read. You guys don't want to start side by side and do a heads up start in this one? Mike is going to start on the tone, and then Dan, Miles, and Daniel. All right, drivers. Dan, Miles, and Daniel. All right, we're a minute and 15 in, 3:45 to go. Daniel's on top of 35.506 new TQ. We are chasing Mike's 34.508. Daniel putting it down in this one. He took the first heat off so you guys would get a little bit of confidence, and then just drop the hammer in round number 2. Ooh, watch out in the center. Watch in the center. Still there. Still there. There we go. Miles able to put down 35.508, better than his first round, sitting down. I don't know, Miles. I think you should race like that all the time. You're faster this way. Miles' personal best, though, a 38. He's 3 laps off of that pace right now. Daniel not too far from his personal best. It was a 36.507. He's on a 35.506. Right now, new TQ, 35.506. Miles, 35.507. 4/10 the split right now. And Daniel, Miles is sitting down. Must have taken the focus factor before he got up there. $130 to go. Now 4/10 the split. Both on 35.505. Oh, now 506 for Miles. 120 on the clock. 1/10 the split between Miles and Daniel. Miles is picking it up. Daniel that time by 8.6. 8.6 for Miles. 0.008 the split. Daniel by the line, 8.5. 8.7 for Miles, going to drop back to 2/10. Daniel coming by with an 8.7. 8.5 for Miles, puts Miles on top, 35.505. Daniel comes by with 8.6. 8.7 for Miles. Daniel takes over. 40 seconds on the clock. The race between these two for that top spot. It's heating up with the last 35 seconds of qualifying. Mike's holding on to a 33.501 and Dan on a 32.509. 30 seconds left to go. Daniel right now advantage 35.505. 9/100ths the split at the moment. 1/10 now. 8.6 for Dan. 8.6 for Miles. Just a hair between those two cars. 10 seconds left to go on the track. 5 to go, drivers. Keep going until the computer calls you done. This is going to be a close one, down to the last laps. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Yeah, no, Mike, you're done, yeah. Oh. Yeah, Mike was done. Mike was done. Mike, you made it to the end. Mike was done. Miles Bible taking it right there at the end. 35.506. Going to take over that TQ. Daniel goes 35.508. 33 for Mike. 32 for Dan. Mike, you missed it by 7/10. Just right there. Two heats of VTA. Thomas, John, and Austin. Thomas, John, and Austin. See Austin and Thomas. Just waiting on John. Here he is. This way you won't have Daryl beeping at you, John. This time you were the only one that was red. All right, Thomas is going to start us off, followed by John and Austin. Drivers on the tone. John, Austin. All right, we're just about a minute in. Thomas on a 32.502. Miles's TQ is a 33.505. Thomas is good enough for second place at the moment. Working his way out onto the straightaway. And that shiny gunmetal track-colored car. Wouldn't it be nice? Thomas, you're on a 32.506. You could possibly make it up to a 33.505 and give Miles a little bit of a run for his money. Wouldn't it be nice? A little bit of a mic malfunction here. 2:45 on the clock. Thomas on a 32.507. John on a 35.01, 35.06. .2:15 to go. Thomas, John, and Austin. Thomas still holding that 32.507. Right now in the third spot. You got to pick up about a second or so to take over Seth's 32.506. .130 to go. 9.6 last time for Thomas. This one's a long one, though. Is that right, Thomas? Did you roll over? No? Okay. I didn't think so. All right, after that adjustment, Thomas is back to that 32.509. Austin and John now fighting it out for the number 3 and 4 spot on the grid. 40 seconds to go, and those two are separated by 1/10 of a second, both on a 35.03. .15 seconds left to go. Keep going to the call. Computer calls you done. All right, Thomas going to finish up 31.5 flat. That's going to put him on the number 3. All right, heat number 2 of VTA, Miles, Seth, Aaron, and Tom. You're going to sit. I mean, you can sit and race. We know that that works. I'm not sure your trash talk needs any work. Yeah. Oh, really? Nice. All right, just waiting on a check from Seth here coming across the line. We're going to start it off with Seth, then Aaron and Tom. All right, we got our drivers. We got our marshals. Seth on the tone. Aaron. And Tom. Makes sense. TQ will sit this one out. Miles is TQ right now, a 33.505. Seth is on a 32.5 flat. Please don't weigh his car. If it's not in your pit when you get back, it is not my fault. .330 to go. Seth on a 32.501. .32.5 flat now, getting real close to that 33 lap line. Still bettering his TQ or bettering his qualifying time at the moment. .245 to go. Seth Burns on a 32.5 flat .9. Aaron's on a 32.502. Looks like that'll put him slightly above Thomas. Good enough for a number 3 to start off the night. 2:20 to go. I figured I would put on the Beach Boys playlist for the VTA guys. It's kind of fitting for the class. Nothing is racing music to you, Miles. I don't know where you were born, but if you're in California, this is all you made love to. What does it say on your hat? Does that say Ron John? Oh. 1:20 to go. It is my opinion that Miles isn't a really good judge of music anyway, so. It sounds like it's more like nothing. Slipknot. Well, you know, I've known a couple girls. 55 seconds left to go. Seth on a 32.502. Yeah. I can fall asleep to Parkway Drive. $25 seconds left to go. Ten seconds on the clock. Seth, Aaron, Tom, and Miles. Seth going to finish up with a 32.501. Everybody's done in that one. Tom's going to improve a little bit. Going to go up to the number 5 spot. So we're going to start the main with Miles on the top, then Seth, Tom, Thomas, Aaron, Tom, Austin, and John. Oh, did he? Oh, yeah, he did. We'll put one in there for him. Give me just a second here while I make a slight adjustment to that last race. Adjustamento. Aaron. Add one. Save it. Yes. All right, that's going to change things around just a little bit. That puts Aaron on the 3 spot. So VTA is going to be Miles, Seth, Aaron, Thomas, Tom, Austin, and John. All right, 21.5. First heat of 21.5. Jake, Seth, and Daryl. All right, we'll go ahead and line them up now. Jake's going to start us off, followed by Seth and then Daryl. We do need our marshals from that last race. Miles. Oh, yeah. Well, one of them won't crash. All right. Jake on the tone. Seth. Daryl. Minute and 15 in. Seth on a 34.505. Daryl's on a 34.506. And Jake is on a 33.507. I don't know if I should mention this, Jake, but that teal car has a 25.5 in it. Oh, he's even. You're low on the steering? Did you forget to fill the power steering pump? That's what that noise is. That's your power steering pump whining. There's too much air in the lines. Well, I guess you don't have to worry about that now, Jake. 2:15 to go. Seth is on a 34.504. Jake is on a 34.508. The separation right now, 2.6. You're going to have to get around him, Jake. You're not going to get that time back unless you get around him. Oh, he let you by. Jake's starting to chip away here. 8.6 last time, Seth 9.4. 34.504 for Seth. 34.506 for Jake. 1.3 the split. Not sure what happened at the beginning, but Jake is starting to pour it on now. Found the syrup for his pancakes. Seth 9.2, Jake 8.3. Both on 34.504s, and this is the lap where Jake takes over. Putting him only 3 seconds behind Preston at the moment, and he's got a minute. Chipping away at it. Where's Preston? Oh, you're behind the fan. 50 seconds to go. 34.502. He's getting real close to that 34.501 of Preston Shearer. Oh, don't do that. 34.501.9 versus 34.501.2. 20 seconds left to go, and Jake is looking for that number 4 spot on the grid. 15 seconds, drivers. Jake on a 34.501.4, only 2/10 off Preston Shearer's time. 5 seconds. Shh. Jake's going to finish up 34.5 flat, putting him one spot up and giving Preston some work to do. Seth going to finish 34.505, and Daryl did not. Figured I would do Vu, Dan, and Dan a favor here and put one more car in their heat and give them a little bit more traction. Keep that track warm for them. Yeah, you're welcome. Dan Nickel, are you in? Yeah? Only Dan's class. Does anybody here have a middle name of Daniel? Darn. No. All right, we're going to start off with Vu, then Dan, Daniel, and Preston. Vu on the tone. Dan. Daniel. Preston. Seven, 9. Vu's going to start out with. Follow it up with a 7-8. Heads up, coming on the straightaway. Oh. You got work to do, Preston. That's not a good way to start out. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Talking about traction. All of it's out there. $115 in, 3:45 to go. Vu on a 38.5 flat. His TQ a 38.506. Yeah, park it. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this like a 50-point basketball game where they just end the game when the leaders are up by 50 points. If Vu is up by 10 points in the main, it's over. We're just calling it. Watch coming on the straightaway. Stay low. That's clear. Oh, that was Dan this time. What did you say? Clear? Oh, that was, I didn't hear the L. I'm like, wow, that's rough. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. 38.502 for Vu. Oh, he slowed it down a bit. He wanted you guys to catch up. None of these guys shake as much as I do on the stand. Oh. Two to go. Vu, 38.502. Dan, 36.505. Daniel, 36.505. 5 tenths between Dan and Daniel again. Preston's on a 33.5 flat. All right, so we're going to do a 2-car B main in this one. Well, we don't have an option now. There's the most amount of cars in any of the classes is 7, so everybody made the A today. Except for USGT. Those 3 are all in the B. And they're getting teched miles. .30 seconds left to go. Vu's still holding that 38. He's giving it back to you guys, though. 1/10 of a second at a time. He's down to a 5:04. 15 seconds to go. Dan's on a 36.502, 36.505 for Daniel. Preston's on a 34.508. Qualifying time, 34.501. Did you get it? Vu gonna TQ with a 38.504. It's because of all that traction. Dan. Yes. I don't know. If I'm being honest, I just read what's on the screen. I don't remember anything. Is this racing music? What? Oh. I only wear those on special occasions. And when Preston asks. He's not listening. That's why I turned it on. Golden oldies. All right, so that means there's going to be 5 A mains, and Miles and Seth are the only ones that are going to be back-to-back. But I'm going to give you guys 5 minutes between each one of the races. So we're going to start at 9:45, which is 10 minutes from now. And then each race will have 5 minutes in between them. Yeah, give me one moment here. Still setting up the mains. What are you doing? Si, what are you doing? Yeah, if we would have kept them all together like I wanted to. NASCAR is up. Yes, and there is 5 minutes in between races. There will be 5 minutes in between races. Since there's only 5 races, we'll do 5 minutes in between. You got enough? Why is the driver stand? Why is the driver stand sagging over there? We need one more marshal. Let's see here. Who are we supposed to have? We're supposed to have Vu, Dan, Daniel, Jake, Preston, Seth, and Daryl. Oh, all right. There we go. Blame Daniel. He's the one that called you out here. All right. Miles is going to start us off. Chris is in the 2. Mike is in the 3. John is in the 4. Thomas in the 5. Austin and Tom is the order. Is that how you guys want to start? Well, you're already late. Yeah, that's true. NASCAR should be a rolling start. Yes, John is in 4th. Drivers on the tone. That first corner's kind of hairy for Tom. Everybody else made it through all right. Chris and Miles starting to walk away a little bit. Already got 4/10 on the field. Lap number 2. Those two are fighting it out. 10-3 for Miles, 10-5 for Chris. Working through that center section out onto the backstretch now. Miles with a 10-5, Chris with a 10-7. Miles slows down a little bit there. They're going to come within 6/10 of each other. We still got 4 minutes left to go. Watch out in the center, watch in the center, watch in the center. Thomas is going to marshal his own car. Oh, no. Chris rolls it over in the center. That's going to let Miles start to pull away a little bit. All right, Miles. Now that's Chris right in front of you. And you won't know if I'm telling the truth or not because they all look the same. Miles had a little bit of a long lap there, 11-9. See if Chris can take advantage of that. A 10-3 for Chris. That time by Miles with a 10.5. Chris with 11.9. .245 to go. Miles still holding that top spot. 10.4 last time by. 10.2 by Chris. This time by 10.4 for Chris. We'll see Miles. 10.6. So Chris is starting to chip away. Only 3.6 the split. And we still have 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. Chris trying to fight out some traffic here in the middle of the race. He might as well put Target on the side of that car. Chris working some traffic coming onto the straightaway. Oh, now he's got a look-alike. Don't lose your car in there, Chris. $1:30 to go. Miles and Chris separated by 4 seconds now. Third goes to Thomas. Fourth is John. Fifth is Austin. Then Mike and Tom. 1:15 on the clock. The minute to go. Miles and Chris separated by 5.9 now. Thomas up to the 3 spot. John in the 4. Mike in the 5. Austin the 6. And Tom in the 7. Closest race on the track between Mike and Austin for the number 5. They're separated by 1 second at the moment. Mike just crossing the line there. Austin now 1.2 back. Ten seconds left, drivers. 10 seconds to go. He's right. The split is only 4.6, so you could still lose it. Everybody's done in that one. Miles Bible going to take it. Chris goes 2. Thomas goes 3. John, Mike, Austin, and Tom. All right, it's 10 p.m. We're starting the next one at 10:05.
Have a few minutes left. Give him 5 minutes. They said 5. He said 5 minutes between each race. Oh. 10:05. Got 3 minutes left. It's a hack class. That's what it is.
Yeah, I got hacked, man. Then the dude waits like, you're just going to fucking hack me again.
They're beginners.
Ran into his back.
They're beginners. You can't say nothing. You can't say a word. They're just starting, so you can't say nothing.
It was bad, dude. We were racing clean.
Yeah. I went side by side with somebody. I got 11 something second lap. I'm like,
No, I got
whatever.
went down the lap.
Did you?
Yeah, I was in third, solid. Sucker punch from back.
Yeah. That's going to be NASCAR. That's the beginners.
so.
It's a beginners class.
Yeah.
Yeah. Has its moments, you know. Preston, what time you got to get up in the morning? 5? Dang.
You going to New Eightsville tomorrow or Saturday?
No, it's going to be too hot. It's too hot. I'll die for a fat old guy. I'm dead. That's how much I bring a shovel. Fucking bury me.
Have you been out to Wolf's Place?
Twice now, yeah. I'll go every time I have nothing going on. I go out there. Tell the wife, going to Farm Fleet. Going to Home Depot.
That much I stop outside.
Yeah, I got a Menards bag in my truck. I'm ready, man. I'm ready. No, she knows I mess with her. She doesn't mind. She's been a nurse for so long. She worked 12-hour shifts, so she's used to sleeping till like 11 and waking up at noon and 1. Then we do our stuff, so even if I come back, we're ready to go out. So it works out perfect. She's pretty cool. Very mellow. She's like a city farm girl.
Yeah.
Really mellow, relaxed, super mom. Oh my God. I couldn't have picked a better mom. I don't know how I did it. She's just, you know.
So you got timing and everything out there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Everything. Just like this.
Yeah.
I got a nice 10 scale, but I won't race it. But I love it. My 10 scale.
Did you race it out there? The 10 scale?
No.
I didn't know if you did or not.
No, he raced 10 scale. He gets a 10 scale thing.
Does he do 10
Yeah.
scale also?
But yeah, but it's not too many people. Okay, guys, we got marshals. Here comes the marshals. Should have plenty of marshals this race. Everybody is checked in. Everyone that counts.
Remind them practice next Thursday too and layout change.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, we want to announce it too.
Oh.
5 p.m. track layout change.
Next Thursday, you are all invited out if you want to come. We're going to change the track. After we change the track, then you got. I think it's free practice. So we could use the help if you want to come out. And good time to come out. Spend time in the new track. I'm going to try to get 1,000 laps in ahead of you guys. Usually helps out. Okay, line them up, guys. It's going to be Preston, Dan, then Daryl, then John, then Bucky, then Aaron, then Dave. Keep the first lap kind of clean, otherwise it gets ugly. Because it does take a lap to get your jitters worked out, your tires warmed up. Seems like they're... Okay, we got marshals. We're looking good. Okay. Here we go, guys. Marshals ready. Here we go. Drivers on the tone. Side by side in the first corner. Somebody's going to get it. Already got 36 seconds in. Preston showing in the lead, followed by Dan, Daryl, John, Bucky, Dave, and Aaron's still trying to do some making up. Aaron just moved from 7th to 6th. Looks like Dave has some issues there. Preston showing the lead, and the fastest lap is by Preston. Fastest lap is 8:59. Dan just pulled the 8:58, new fastest lap of the race. He's still in second, though, by a half a second. 0.2 now, you're behind Dan, Preston. So it's Preston, Dan. Daryl's now in third, followed by Bucky, John, and Aaron. Already got a minute 30 in already. Preston with a 8.8, Dan with a 8.7, Daryl with a 8.7, Dan backed it up with a 8.6, Bucky with a 8.8, John with a 8.7, followed by 10.0, Aaron with a 9.0. Preston's being pushed by Dan right now. That's that red and white car coming down the straightaway. First and second. You guys got quite a heads up and a straight. You guys got quite a gap. It's going to give Preston a little bit of gap there, a little bit of lead. Daryl's in third. Daryl's right behind Dan. He's about a lap down, though, almost. A lap plus. Preston, you got a 4.8 gap. Daryl, you're 0.4 behind Dan in second. Bucky, you're 1.4 behind. John, 0.8. Aaron, you're 11 seconds. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. A lot of racing left. 8.6 for Preston, 8.8 for Dan. Dan pulls off a 8.6. Daryl 8.9. Bucky with a 8.9. John with a 8.6. Aaron with a 9.0. Still showing Preston lead by 4.6 seconds. Daryl, you're 1.6 behind. Between third and fourth, fifth, you guys are less than a second, about 1.2 from each other, the distance. So it's a battle for third right now between Daryl, Bucky, and John. Now there's going to be a gap. There's a gap between John and Bucky for fourth. Daryl's pulling away a little bit. Dan's, you're 3 seconds. You're creeping up on Preston. 1 minute left, 3 seconds to go. 3 seconds between you two. Daryl, you're 3 seconds behind. Bucky, you're 1.8. John, 1.6. Dan's working hard at trying to get Preston back. He's only one corner and a half ahead of him with 30 seconds to go. Preston is keeping it clean. That's your leader there in a white car. Leader coming through the infield. Coming down a straightaway. Now leader got a nice clean track ahead of him. Here comes the tone. Winning that is Preston by 2.3 seconds. Dan in second. Daryl in third. John, Bucky, and Aaron. Top three guys, Preston, Dan, and Daryl. We're all on a 34-lap pace. Next up is going to be USGT. In 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes between each race. 5 minutes between each race.
What was the time, Miles? 2 minutes left? So that makes it 17. 10-17. Dan Spransy, what does the TC8 go for? 660. That's an 8-scale kit. All right, F1 marshals, make your way out. There is 30 seconds to the start of this race, and when it hits that, I'm just going to start. Oh, he stood up quick. Miles on the 1, Daniel on the 2, Mike on the 3, Dan on the 4. Miles on the 1. Miles, line it up. Come on. Come on. All right, is that all of them? That's all of them. All right, you guys should be good to go because Vu says you don't need any traction. Driver's on the tone. Oh, look at that. Miles lost all. Uh-oh. What is going on there? No traction? Oh. It's only 30 seconds in, and we've already had some changing up here. Daniel Ho to the top. Miles working on Mike here as they're coming off the straightaway. Those two cars separated by less than a tenth of a second. Silver of Mike, the off yellow of Miles. Watch that inside. That was Daniel going to give up that top spot and let Mike into the top now. Mike dealing with, I would give that back. You got to wait now, Miles. You got to wait. Well, he told you to go? Oh, okay. I think the faster guys are supposed to drive around. Oh, no. Oh, no. Was that Miles's fault? Probably. Mechanic error? Who'd you let work on your car? We can have him wait at the end, Mike, on the last lap. Yeah. 1:45 on the clock. Miles, Mike, Dan is the order. Okay, we need to mic these guys up. The next race, they're both wearing mics. Yeah. Yeah, they have, yeah. Too late for that. Yeah. You only have to finish 20 more laps. All right, Dan's going to take over that top spot now. Dan is actually on a personal best right now. His personal best at the moment is a 32.506, and he is on a 32.504. Oh. 10 seconds to go. Oh, he threw a jump in there at the end. And is going to take his personal best, 32.504. All right. 10:23. We're shooting for 10:28. 10:28 will be a VTA. 10:28 A main VTA. Meanwhile, Miles and Mike are meeting out in the parking lot. Do you want to be in the middle? Yeah. It's a Mike, Miles, and Daryl sandwich. Yeah. be a Daryl sandwich. you got a heel of the bread and then a regular piece. They don't need any traction either. It's easy to forget about cars that don't need traction. All right, Miles, Seth, Aaron, Thomas, Tom, Austin, and John. Maybe the pizza didn't agree with him. All right, we'll line them up with Miles on the top spot, then Seth on the 2, Aaron on the 3, Thomas on the 4, Tom on the 5, Austin on the 6, and John on the 7. Miles is going to piss somebody off. All right, I'm going to take a quick vote. How many of you want Miles to start in the back? That's the majority. Yeah, well, that's way he gets a chance to hit you all equally. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeah? You're going to do it sitting down? Okay. Drivers, on the tone. Miles is going to give them all a little bit of room here through that first corner. 2 down on the first lap. That was a really good start. Oh, look at that. 2 more. 2 laps, 4 cars. Seth Burns out on top right now. That red Mustang making his way through the center of the track. He's only got him. He's only got Oh, he doesn't have anybody in between him. How did that happen? Look at that. It's just Seth now holding on to that top spot. Miles in the 2 with Tom in the 3, Thomas in the 3, John, Aaron, Tom, and Austin's the order. Miles now within 0.6 of a second as they're making their way through the S-turn out on the straightaway. A minute and 50 down. Oh, now he's just toying with you, Seth. Yeah. Yeah. If you bump him enough, he'll just get down off the stand. Oh, that was self-induced. Seth got a little bit too much cone there. Oh, and then Miles is going to get trafficked right back into the 2 spot. Miles to the inside through the sweeper. He makes it around again. Yeah, he's got a little shifter on his radio. Ooh, watch coming on the straightaway. Everybody getting a little piece of Austin there coming out on. That's a good race between Aaron and Thomas. Aaron trying to keep Thomas behind him. They are separated 0.2 right now. Yeah. That's a Challenger too. There's a lot there to hit. Yeah. One to go, drivers. 1 minute on the clock. All right, Vu. At the end of this race, you got to pick up that orange one and put it on the scale. 25 seconds left to go. We don't have to do that if you don't win. You got 14. We got 14 seconds to forfeit if you don't win. As you cross the line, you'll be done. Oh, he drove it right to you. Oh, nope. Quick, grab it, Daryl. Grab it. Grab it. Whoa. Is it not drive straight, Daryl? It must have that Pontiac front end on it. Whoops. What's it at? All right, marshals from that last race, make your way out here. I'm sorry, drivers from that last race, make your way out here. This one's got Vu, Dan, Daniel, Jake, Preston, Seth, and Daryl. So, Dan, did you say the new rule is 1401 for VTA? Okay. Miles was at 1400. All right, Vu is going to start us off with Dan in the 2, Daniel in the 3, Jake in the 4, Preston in the 5, Seth in the 6, and Daryl rounding out the 21.5 touring car class. Daryl, don't you have a 21.5? Do you have one of those sealed 21.5s? I'd like to see you run that one. Oh, yeah? It's got a 17.5 rotor in it. All right. Drivers on the tone. Good lap number 1. Oh, spoke too soon. You shouldn't have taken your hat off. Oh, don't do it again. Tighten it up, tighten it up. Ooh, watch coming on the straightaway. It's all clear. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no, body tuck. Leader has a body tuck. Put it in reverse. That's going to give some spots away. Vu has got some work to do now as he drops to the number 4 spot. Thank you, Jake. How much did they pay you for that? Vu now 1.3 back from Preston, who's in the 3 spot. Preston working his way into the center of the track now. Oh, white, pink, and purple. Uh-oh. Is the front wheel spinning freely? You snap a diff or something, or snap an outdrive? Oh, no, another body tuck. Another body tuck. As he got by Preston, Preston gave it right back. Oh, there you go. You fixed it. I'm pretty sure that was on purpose. 2:45 to go. Vu now 0.3 of a second behind Preston. They're working their way out on the straightaway. Yeah, Vu's in 4th. Preston's got to make that car as wide as he can. Oh, that's not the way to do that. Vu has made it up to the 3 spot, and he's got Dan. He was 4 seconds back now, so he's got Dan ahead of him. Dan is working into the center section right now. Vu coming through the sweeper. Down to 3.9. Let's see this time by. 3.5, 0.4 of a second in 1 lap. 2 minutes to go. Vu's got some work to do. Daniel Hode leading us out. Dan in the 2 spot. 3 goes to Vu, then Preston, Seth, and Jake. Oh, no. Seth going to roll it over. Vu now 2.6 back. Working his way. That yellow car in the center of the track trying to make up some time here. But now he's got traffic in between him and Dan. Oh, no. Jake got paid. $1:15 on the clock. Vu being held back. Oh, now Seth's in on it. In case you didn't hear Miles, Daniel is still in the lead, followed by Dan. You can take the director out of the chair. You can't take the chair out of the director. 45 seconds left to go. A good race here between Daniel and Dan. One mistake by those two could give it back with just 30 seconds left to go. Vu making his way through some traffic here in the center of the field. Daniel trying to hold off Dan as they come through that chicane on the back and out onto the backstretch. Across the line, 8-2, 8-3, Daniel, Dan. 15 seconds left to go. Daniel's just got to hold him off for one more lap. Oh, Dan looks to the inside and gets into him. That's going to let Vu up into this battle, and now it's a three-way battle. 4 seconds left to go. They're going to get one more lap, and this is the final one with Daniel out in front, Dan in the 2, and Vu in the 3. Daniel going to come onto the straightaway first, and that's the way they're going to finish. The biggest factor in that race was Jake Ward.